stage when this name is being called, right?
I don't know, you have to check with...
Because I just have to usher him, like, thanks to you.
Yeah lah, but it's the second session, it's still like refreshments.
Oh, he's a
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, former Prime Minister of Malaysia and President of Perdana Global Peace Foundation. Accompanying Tun Dr. Mahathir is Tan Sri, Datuk Sri Utama Dr. Rais Yatim and Yang Bahagia Datuk Ghazali. Please be seated. Yang Amat Bahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the program with welcoming remarks by Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ghazali Muhammad Noor, Trustee of Perdana Global Peace Foundation. Dr. Ghazali will also be moderating as chairman of the program today. Datuk, please kindly let us hear your welcoming remarks and take over the floor. Thank you.
The Perdana Global Peace Foundation, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests here at the Perdana Leadership Foundation, and champions and observers of criminalizing war, joining it online today in Malaysia and across the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Let me begin with gratitude. Tun, we thank you for the courage to say something simple and true. War is not an accident of politics. War is a crime against humanity. You give language to the conviction many felt but could not be named, and you build a platform where conscience could become action. Today, we mark 20 years of a journey that began in a difficult moment. The world was in deep conflict. Unilateral interventions were justified as inevitabilities. All powers acted as might be right, where new sovereign states across Africa and Asia have bore the cost. And across 75 years, Palestine had lived with a wound the world has not yet healed. In that gloom, the movement said, enough. If genocide and slavery can be outlawed, if torture can be deemed a crime, then the deliberate choice of war, of mass killing for political ends, must be criminalized too. What have we achieved in these 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen? First, ideas change the world, but only when they stay stubborn. Criminalized war refused to be a slogan. It became research, advocacy, public education, and legal imagination. It grew into forms like this one, sir, where uncommon, uncomfortable truth are faced in the open. It trained a generation to see through euphemisms, collateral damage, preemptive strike, stabilization, and to call things by their real name. Second, that conscience means institution. A moral vision without institution falls back into sentiment. Step by step, we've argued for legal framework at national, regional, and international levels that trace and treat aggressive war as a prosecutable crime. For mechanisms that trace the money, for standards that protect culture, civilians, and nature, and for pathways to repatriate when the law is broken. None of this is easy, ladies and gentlemen, but the past 20 years have shown it is possible to move the conversation from outrage to architecture. Third, the cause of war is total. It does not end when the gunfire fades. War decides people, also wealth, culture, and memory. It poisons rivers, burns crops, and scars the environment. It pulls the ladder away to the next generation before they could even climb it. War rewrites the fate and future of nations. That is why this cause is not political. It is civilizational. And for those of us who believe we are God viceroy on earth, it is also a trust to protect life, dignity, and creation. So what is next? Let us be practical. Here are 7 tasks for the next decade. They are concrete, measurable, and within reach if humanity and all of us in this hall and across this nation, in this region, act together. 1. Legislate at home. Criminalizing war must be in the domestic law, not only international declarations. We need model legislation that defines and penalizes the crime of aggression and related facilitation, logistics, financing and supply of prohibited weapons. We should have parliament debate and adopt it, and we should train prosecutors and judges to use it. When states incorporate these standards, impunity shrinks. Third, build regional coalitions from the global south. The political path forward runs through Africa, Latin America, and Asia, and many of these nations know the cause of intervention firsthand. Therefore, they have the legitimacy to lead. Let's convene a standing coalition that punishes for coordinated positions at the United Nations and regional bodies. A united South can move norms faster than isolated voices. Third, follow the money. War persists because it is profitable. We should champion transparency rules that expose conflict financing, compulsory disclosure of beneficial ownership in arms supplies, chain blacklists for firms and intermediaries that enable unlawful aggression, and civil remedies that allow victims to sue facilitators across jurisdiction. If banks and boards face legal risks, the calculus changes overnight. Fourth, protect culture and nature, not just borders. Armies march through history and ecology. We should advance legal protection and recognition as well as enforcement where destruction of cultural heritage and severe environmental damage in war triggers criminal liability and repatriation. Cultural erasure is not an accident, it is a strategy. Neither ecological devastation is a byproduct, it is a crime against our shared norms. Fifth, center survivors with real repatriation. Victim must not be prop for speeches. The equipment should be practical. Survivor registries must be made. Trauma-informed services and repatriation funds capitalized by penalties levied on aggressors and their corporate collaborators. Where states will not pay, seize assets and private liability must step in. Justice that does not reach the survivor is unfinished justice. 6. Educate for peace early and often. War thrives on ignorance and myths. Let's mainstream a peace and law curriculum. Age appropriate, historically honest, locally rooted, so that every student learns how wars are manufactured, to how laws can restrain them. Pair that with civic campaigns that train citizens to recognize propaganda and demand lawful policy from their leaders. 7th, use technology carefully for prevention and truth. Tools are not neutral, they amplify intent. If we use data and AI, let do it to prevent harm. Early warning signals for atrocities, anonymous reporting of abuses, and digitalization preservation of evidence so that facts survive disinformation. But we must also set guardrails. Technology that enables targeted violence, mass surveillance of civilians, or autonomous killing has no place in this global moral order. That is the agenda now. Now let's go for a few principles that should keep us honest to the world, because our country, Malaysia, is the first nation in the world that brought war to be a public discussion in the international domain. 1. Clarity of language. Words are your first battlefield. We do not sensitize aggression with phrases that make it sound inevitable. If a state launches an unlawful attack, we say so. If civilians are targeted, we say so. Clarity protects the weak. Consistency of standards. The law loses power when it is applied selectively. We cannot condemn one war and excuse another because of alliances or trade. If our principles are universal, so our critique must be so. Next, courage to stand alone and humanity to stand together. Some days, all of us, there will be one voice in a loud room. Others, you will be part of a chorus. Both matter. Independence keep the movement honest. Coalition give it force. Hope has method, not mood. We are not naive. We know the machinery that benefits from war. But hope, practiced daily, has a discipline. Drafting laws, training officials, supporting survivors, building coalitions will really change outcome, inshallah. Where does the Global Peace Foundation fit in the years ahead? Ladies and gentlemen, it is right here, at the center. Our Global Peace Foundation must remain the national home for serious war discourse, hosting numerous debates, publishing credible research, and incubating legal and policy proposals that others can help it. It should be the place where young Malaysians learn that peace is not passive. It is the hardest work we do. It should be the place that regions look for a steady compass where headlines flare and social impact rages. And to our friends beyond Malaysia, who are now online, those listening from Africa, Latin America, Europe, Middle East, the Pacific, this is your forum too. The push to criminalize war will not succeed if it is owned by one country or one leader. It will succeed when it becomes common sense across continents and humanity, stitched into law, budget, and habit. Let me return finally to where we started. 20 years ago, this movement offered a simple proposition. If we truly believe that human nature has equal worth, then policies that authorize mass killing cannot be legitimate instruments of statecraft. Not sometime, not for special cases, not because the language is clever. If we mean what we say about dignity, then war, the choice of war, belongs with the gravest crime we know. So we honor those who stand up when it was unpopular. We honor scholars who do, who wrote, activists who organize, leaders who listen, and survivors who satisfied even when it's hard. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we honor you too. Dr. Mahathir, for lighting the path and walking it witness as a global icon of war and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the standing ovation he deserves. Thank you. What this really means, that this anniversary is not the destination. It's a checkpoint, sir. The next decade will test our seriousness and the willingness of succeeding leaders of this country to continue the greatness of this nation, taking the global platform which few nations dare to tread. Will we pass laws or only pass resolutions? Will we protect survivors or only praise them? Will we trace the money or look away? These choices, ladies and gentlemen, are humanity and all of us. Let's leave this hall with three simple commitments: to speak plainly about war and its authors, to build the legal and civic machinery that makes aggression a losing bet, and to keep faith for those who suffered until justice reaches their hand by the grace of Allah. If we do that quietly, persistently, together, then the phrase criminalizing war will move from aspiration to norm, from norm to enforcement, from enforcement to future, where leaders today and tomorrow think twice, then step back, because the law and the people stand in their way. May Allah guide us in doing this good work for mankind as part of our trust as a vice guardian on earth. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, with the greatest honor and respect, sir, we welcome Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, Chairman, Perdana Global Peace Foundation, to deliver his keynote address. Thanks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a good morning to everyone. Tan Sri Norin Mai, Chairman, PGPF, Tan Sri Datuk Sri Utama Dr. Rais bin Yatim, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malaysia, Datuk Dr. Zali Muhammad Noor, Chairman of the Program and PGPF Trustee, Professor Dr. Mizan Muhammad Aslan, PGPF Trustee, Puan Zarina Abu Bakar, CEO PLF, Mr. James Corbett, the Corbett Report, PGPF Board of Trustees, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is indeed a pleasure to reconnect with old friends and to make new acquaintances who share our concern over the warring creed among rogue leaders. This is by no means a happy occasion. In fact, it is a moment for us to mourn the genocide in Gaza, the Israeli-inflicted famine on the Palestinians, and the blatant abuse by the United States of America of its veto to allow, support, and aid these barbaric acts to be committed on fellow humans. Feeble efforts are being mustered among some Western nations to recognize the state of Palestine. While such initiatives provide Palestinians with a legal status to demand justice, it may take a long time to materialize. Long after Israel and those abetting it complete the annihilation of Palestinians in Gaza and other parts of Palestine. Actually, the greatest need is to cease fire, to stop the supply of arms and funds to Israel. Though I am cynical as to the effectiveness of the efforts by the West to recognize the state of Palestine, I am hopeful that these efforts are based on the rights of the Palestinian people to have a country of their own. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get ahead of myself, let me first welcome everyone who had come to be with us today to commemorate our 20 years journey in criminalizing war. We launched the Kuala Lumpur Initiative to Criminalize War, a declaration that was made at the end of the Perdana Global Peace Forum in 2005, entitled Peace Dividends, War Profits. The signatories and pioneers of the initiative were then witnessing the oppression, persecution, and illegal occupation of Palestine by Israel. It was also at the height of the American and its coalition partners' blatant show of force and greed for domination, hiding the evil intent behind the war against terrorism. Afghanistan was attacked and Iraq invaded, both justified through false flag operation, including the now infamous and never discovered weapons of mass destruction. From that point onwards, we made a pledge to campaign to make war a crime, and that war is not a solution for conflicts. Killing people and destroying countries so as to change regime is not glorious, it is primitive. Much water has flowed under the bridge since then, and the situation today is much more complex and dangerous as nations and alliances provoke and incite so as war become inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, though as we gather now, we have seen much of our efforts to put a stop to this crime against humanity seem to be an exercise in futility. It is further exasperating when bodies entrusted to put a stop to all these are in a state of paralysis. The UN Security Council, for example, is ineffective, if not outrightly impotent, when any of the nation with veto power chooses to exert it. The International Criminal Court and International Court of Justice are rendered toothless when dealing with rogue nations if their leaders are backed and supported by the superpowers. Netanyahu and the US are living proof of this. NATO, which was a collective defense during the Cold War, which should have disbanded after the Warsaw Pact, continues to exert and as an agent of provocation, stirring new Cold War. Last but not least, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, supposed to be the spokesperson for member nations when any are in dire straits, remains muted, and it does speak up. It is ignored and dismissed, not only by the perpetrators, but by its own members. Simply put, what we see occurring in Gaza had exposed these organizations of being hopeless and ineffective. Ladies and gentlemen, while these organizations are rendered hopeless and we watch helplessly on the sidelines, the war machines of these rogue nations and leaders have multiplied, become more sophisticated and capable of utter destruction. At the same time, conventional warfare is being waged with ferocity the world has never witnessed before. Starvation, a crime against humanity in international law, is being applied on Palestinians in Gaza by the Israeli regime, adding to the existing list of other inhuman and barbaric crimes. We again watched in utter desperation and helplessness as famine strikes Gaza. Ladies and gentlemen, much as the picture painted is bleak, we cannot stay silent or remain spectators. As I have pointed out earlier, though efforts for peace and criminalizing war and its perpetrators have not borne the fruits of justice, we have also seen efforts by civil societies and individuals affect and prick the conscience of their governments and leaders. The more we are able to influence public opinion, the better our hopes of seeing leaders and governments to realize how wrong it is to be on the side of war criminals instead of the victims. We are not taking sides. We merely want conflicts to be solved by peaceful means and not by killing innocent people. Much as the war machines have become more amplified in their sophistication and capacity, so has the technology for us to share our voice and concerns with the rest of the world. And that too has helped us expose the deceit and propaganda of the war criminals, especially the Israeli regime. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kuala Lumpur Initiative was never just about the law. We are here because we have a conscience, and collective conscience can be a very powerful weapon. It is that issue, that conscience, that has made us steadfast in our fight against the warmongers, criminals, rogue leaders, and nations. I am 100, and those experience the horrors of war and occupation. I do not wish it on even my enemy. Hence, my commitment to the Kuala Lumpur Initiative and other like-minded efforts. My candle is burning low. It is my fervent hope that you and the younger generation will continue with these efforts and ensure that the voice of peace drown that of the war machine. On that note, I wish to congratulate the Perdana Global Peace Foundation for its unwavering pursuit for peace and criminalizing war. May today's declaration be statement of intent. We will continue the commitment and resolutions towards that end. May Allah bless us all. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged here and listen to the architect of the criminal war for the world. And today, we will start a new century of criminalizing war 2.0. Again, we thank you, sir, for your commitment and your prayer that future generations will adopt, adapt, and fight what is right, what is good, and what must be done to save humanity and the environment from such criminalization of the last 80 years in our memory. So with that, I pass on to the MC for the next program. Thank you.
Thank you, Datuk. Yang berbahagia Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, we thank you. Yang bahagia Datuk Dr. Ghazali, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break. Light refreshments are served at the banquet hall. Please be seated by 10:10 a.m. for the next session. Thank you.
blessed by three eminent speakers who are themselves authorities in the area. One is homebound, second came all the way from Japan, and third, none other than our eminent former foreign minister for over 10 years, who's dressed in black and white batik. Not that black is death, black is a message that is very gloom for today. But tomorrow, as we celebrate our nation's 68th anniversary, there is still light, and we are beginning to honor this significant coincidence of our program on the day of our anniversary of this great nation. Now, let me call my members of the panel. The first one is our professor, Dr. Mizan Aslam. Thank you. Our next gentleman, as I mentioned to you, is Mr. James Corbett from Japan. It's interesting, Mr. Corbett, has been in this country on the occasion of the first 911 conference in 2012. He's a Canadian, but today lives in the country where they dropped the first atomic bomb. Which country? Just to test the history. And what year, please? Huh? Among the young. You answer it right, claim your money from me. Okay? Next, none other, we have to invite our eminent speaker, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Dato' Sri Utama Rais Yatim. Thank you, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, James. Yeah.
During the refreshment, Dr. Rais was reminiscent many of the stories of the conferences that he led with His Excellency Tun Mahathir. One is called the NAM Conference, Non-Alignment Movement, and he candidly say today has been numbed. And when we talk about Robert Mugabe, the African iconic leader, whom they don't like him, but he speaks for the South. So now let's begin, and we give this. I'm sure all of you have read their CD.
Yes.
Nicely printed in color. So we go straight to Dr. Mizan, who, by the way, is a professor in the National Defense University of Malaysia. So he is rightly correct to speak on the subject title, what is the role of ASEAN in maintaining peace and its challenges. Please, sir. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, thank you very much, Dato' Raz, the chairman for the session, Honorable Tan Sri Rais Yatim, James Corbett, and Tan Sri Chairman, Tun Mahathir, and all of the participants. So thank you very much, especially supporting the program, and I believe all of us here have similar vibes, similar thinking about criminalizing war. And actually, there should be a slide, okay, but we have some technical error, all right, but it's going to be fixed very soon, inshallah, I think. All right, so yeah, so standing among the great speakers here, I think I'm the maybe the youngest and also not as eminent as they are, but I try to convey as best as I can, especially for the Perdana Global Peace Foundation, who give me a chance to deliver a message on behalf of PGPF mostly. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all right. So I've been given only about 20 minutes, so not so long, but I'll try my best to deliver something that ASEAN should play a role, especially in promoting and creating a peaceful world, right? So as we know that ASEAN have been established in 1967. Definitely Tan Sri Rais was the foreign minister. He knows about this very well, right? But we know it was established in 1967 and until now. And our establishment is completely designed through the view and landscapes of ASEAN, which is Southeast Asian people, right? We are not been established with the model from Western particularly, right? Which is we've been established and we also been located in the Eastern. So that's why we have different thinking, we have different values, and also we don't have a veto, as been mentioned in the first session, all right? Which is we are living also in the unfairness world, and that's why in ASEAN we don't have all those thing which is not part of our culture. We believe in consensus. We believe in togetherness, especially in facing issues and problems and many more. So ASEAN promotes regional peace through its commitment to mutual respect, non-interference and peaceful dispute resolution. Okay, like I said, in this region we do have lots of issues as well. It's a growing issues, especially border disputes. We do have issues on extremism. We also have issues on separatists, and recently we have issues on genocidal as well. But we never embark into a large-scale war, right? And this is something that different compared to certain regions, which is they have like a civil war, they have more like a long-lasting conflicts and so on and so forth. All right. So they have few mechanisms in understanding the ASEAN's role. The first of all, I would like to touch about the historical context. Since independence, and actually before independence, we've been living under the so-called Western hegemony, right? So we use so-called Western legal system, Western education system, Western economic capitalist system, and many more, right? And nowadays, ASEAN is facing another another wave, which is so-called China hegemony. So Western hegemony versus China or Eastern hegemony, and it's going to be very interesting. Right? So far, we feel comfortable in the Western system, right? And then we are happy with them, right? And we become as what we are right now because we already embed and we happy with that system, which is we use it, right? But then suddenly now the start of Eastern or so-called China hegemony, right? But until now, they have no single country have been invaded by China, but we never know in the future of having so-called strategic ports, land port, airport, also seaports. It could be giving another spectrum, especially if war erupted. Right? Okay, and also another one in ASEAN, we always and actually it's like a caveat when we establish so-called ASEAN, which is like a mind your own business. We don't want to interfere, and that's why when the conflicts come, when the conflicts erupted and so on and so forth, we try to avoid stepping into that situation. But we will try as best as we can to give a solution. That's why we use especially the platform of ASEAN for brokering, for brokering the peace, as what had happened recently between Cambodia and Thai. All right. Okay. And also we got preventive policy, and we use all these medium to discuss about issues, about disputes. We come up with UNCLOS and many more to avoid a large scale of war. Like, that's why between Malaysia, for example, Malaysia and Indonesia, we have disputes land and disputes water territory between Malaysia and also Brunei, and we got Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines disputes as well, all right, and Singapore disputes, all right, and Vietnam as well. So, but we handle it in a different way. So that's what I want to talk and to share today. All right, and then also ASEAN's diplomatic effort in conflict resolutions. So we bring all of the people who involved in such issues, war, conflicts, to come together, sit together, and have a best solution for all of us. And Alhamdulillah, I think as now, it means after about 60 years of establishment, close to 60 years, we are still in good shape. We are not become a region that have a big war that could kill many people and many more. And on ASEAN's perspective as well, we are really focusing on economic prosperity. We want to develop all sorts of things, especially the people's living lifestyle and many more. That's why I had discussion with our Mr. Khan, which is the former defense attaché who came here this morning, which is this is what we are, and our military doctrine is different. ASEAN's military doctrine is different. We are not really go for war or to have like a so-called oppressive and having so-called the latest sophisticated or the most numbers of war or machines or military assets. We are really focusing on welfare of military personnel and many more, right? And also development of the economy rather than purchasing more and more weapons. And actually, we hate war in the ASEAN perspective. We don't want war, right? And we know war is something that give an opportunity, especially for military industry, to sell their weapons and many more, right? So for America, for Western countries, and especially for war military industry, they hate peace. They hate peace because they want war. With the war, they can make more money, right? So in those days, so we know if the war erupted, is only defense or military industry will get benefit, selling all these things. But now it's not, especially what is happening right now in Gaza. It is not only about the weapon itself, the systems, the AI industry, the foods, the most of the supplies, and which is a different thing that happening right now. And also, before I go to the next session, we can see also now the different spectrum in terms of so-called foreign fighters, about the military, infantry. So in traditional way of war, okay, we use our people as a military, as a personnel. But nowadays, right, especially during this the war in Gaza, we can see how people or how these countries start to get foreign fighters. So I actually, in my recent book, I also write about foreign terrorist fighters versus foreign fighters. So those, even in Malaysia, we have few people who flew to Ukraine, for example, to join 16th Rifle Battalion, also Azov Battalion, Ida Battalion become the so-called missionaries. That one is so-called the foreign fighters. But those who flew to Iraq and Syria to join ISIS is considered as a foreign terrorist fighters. And foreign terrorist fighters is already, the group that they join is already designed by the CIA or the country as a terrorist group. It means someone who joined the terrorist group, so they considered terrorists. But IDF, Israel Defense Force, or Wagner, owned by, which is a main contractor of Russia, as well as the one that I said, Azov Battalion, Ida Battalion, which is a contractor of Ukraine. So they are not in the list of terrorists. So it means whoever joined this group and become so-called fighters, so there will be another interesting situation. So those days, especially during the Qaeda time, the Afghan-Russia war, people in this region, especially ASEAN, who went to Afghanistan, who went to India to join the war, when they come back, right, so they become someone who been radicalized and start to create so-called jihad Medan, they call it Medan Jihad, or the jihad area in this country. But now people who come back from Russia-Ukraine war, or even from Israel, Gaza war, so it's going to be another interesting part that will be faced by ASEAN, not only Malaysia, but because they have also diplomatic ties between Thailand and Israel, as well as Singapore, Philippines. It will give another consequences. Okay, so the challenges. Right now, we have lots of issues. We have also lots of, so it's come up over there, but not in the screen here, big screen. But okay, we do have lots of issues, disputes, and also the issues on the South China Sea, and then we got issues on AUKUS, Australia, UK, and also US in developing so-called nuclear-powered submarine. So we got Spratly Islands issues, all this area and shoal in South China Sea also become another challenge, especially for ASEAN. And also, second one, another challenge, and which is we want it, which is to be economically independent. So we don't want to be under the control of Western, especially. That's why we start to choose BRICS in order to have better means like an alternative. Otherwise, we will be controlled, because in ASEAN also, same like in African continent, for example, we do have lots of resources. We do have lots of minerals, for example, but we are not the one who control the price. That's why we can see, for example, Prabowo during the election, even until now, he won't allow the minerals to be shipped out from the country. If you want the mineral, then you come and you build the company here, right? The factory here, so people will get the job, and country will get the tax and whatsoever, right? And it will be produced, if not a ready product, but half-ready product, or at least some of the products. Otherwise, we will send to overseas, so-called raw, and then we import the ready one, which is in many forms and very expensive. And that's why we need people like Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, as well as we need ASEANs in this shape. So we don't want to be under the control of so-called Western capitalist economic system forever. Okay, and then another challenge for ASEAN is on the consensus of consensus-based decision making, because the reliance on consensus can hinder swift response to crisis, as we've seen in Myanmar situation, right? Somehow, because we don't want to get involved in the issue in Myanmar, so that's why the situation prolonged. That's why it is another challenge for us as well. So if we could find, especially using the platform of ASEAN and Malaysia this year, Malaysia as a chairmanship of ASEAN can do something. So because the genocide in Myanmar also become very bad right now, right? Okay, and then also ASEAN, as for now, playing a very smart way in balance between East and West. So there are many countries who dependent on the Western military assets or systems, but economically they are also dependent on China, and also same like Malaysia as well. And what I can say is the difference between West and East for ASEAN. So we are more happy, especially doing business with China, because China doing the real business. They sell even from the small thing like needle until the big machines or whatsoever. All right, so we can have it, and it is made from China. But hardly to find things even in this room made from America or from Western countries. But easily to get at in our navy base or our military air base. So because it is focusing on military assets and machines. All right, and also we have lots of dynamic, we call it dynamic or instability as well, especially between what had happened recently between Cambodia and Thailand. We also now facing another issue in Indonesia, and also the issue of separatists in southern Thailand still going on, right? So not yet 100% settled in southern Philippines. So with this kind of thing, as well as issue between China, Vietnam, and Philippines regarding the South China Sea also increasing from time to time. And if we are in Manila, for example, if we read any news in Manila, in Philippines, the main topic is about South China Sea. It's about intrusion, it's about some exchange of guns and whatsoever, but not in Malaysia, but this is something that we have to maneuver it accordingly. All right? And then last one, for ASEAN, we also facing another things so-called asymmetrical warfare, or non-traditional threat, which is recent. Those days we are talking about war between country and countries. So it is like a gentleman fight. But now we are facing the so-called non-traditional threat. It came, for example, it may come from pandemic. So we can see during the pandemic, so the military not only, I mean, it's like they would not carry gun as normal, but they have to carry sanitizer, they have to carry all sorts of things, vaccine, they control the border and whatsoever, because of we also having this kind of threat in not in the future, but even now, we start to face this. Also, piracy, another threat, terrorism. Terrorism is also a big issue, even until now. So my turning point seemed like COVID, Tan Sri, it started because of 9/11, and I start to wondering about 9/11, and then I end up doing master and PhD in strategic and defense studies to know about these terrorism things. Okay, and until now I can see the issues of terrorism still ongoing, and until now they have no definite definition about terrorism. It depends on who give the definition. That's why even in America, between CIA and also FBI, they have different interpretation of terrorists. And now, definitely, Israel also have different perspective on terrorism as well. But the issue is increasing and looks like never ending. It started from, in our recent world, it started from Al-Qaeda, then goes to ISIS, and now they have so-called Islamic State of Khorasan, ISK. Even in Africa, they have East Africa, Al-Qaeda, Aqab, ISWAP, and many more. Looks like it's a never ending. It is an industry actually, and we are facing it right now. And now, so we can see the differences between freedom fighters and terrorists, okay, not happen anymore, right? Those who resist definitely will be called terrorists, and those who attack so-called terrorists, in whatever form they call it, is an act of anti-terrorism, right? So this is very challenging, and asymmetrical warfare is something that we are facing especially in the near future, right? Climate change might do happen as well, right? Okay, so to conclude this session, ASEAN's commitment to peace is evident through its diplomatic efforts and initiative. However, ongoing regional tensions, external influences, and internal dynamics presents challenges that require collaborative approaches to foster lasting stability and cooperation within the region. With that, I thank you very much, and I'm happy to have Q&A later on. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Thank you. So, once again, we welcome again the thoughts of our first speaker, Professor Dr. Mizan Aslam. Regional war or global the phenomenon has to be understood beyond the borders and beyond the period of time. They planned 20 years ago, and today you see it on your back door or on your notice board. They do long-term planning. So global trends and development must be understood by every nation. We cannot, as we said it, caught with your pants down. We must enterprise. Our strategic planning scenario. Corporate Japan have a mindset of 300 years. I'm sure Western nations who wants to be global powers, they too design the world. And what you have today is not yesterday, has been planned much earlier. So if ASEAN wants to be a global partner, and we are not an important we are not an insignificant member of the world, because we are in the economic region of mass potential with a population of more than 600 million, and therefore is a nation and community that must face challenges of peace by engaging the future and also preparing for the future with all the new trends and new forces. As what my dear brother had mentioned, military war today have changed into new fashion, called health war. All right, you know what I mean? COVID is a health war. They use medical war, biological war, technological war, and of course, controlling of the internet is also a war. So we have to understand today, and cyber security, far more than that, Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Trump, with due respect to my brothers from America, they too are coining the future in order to do the 2C, which is called command and control. Thank you. So now let's hear to my dear brother, the one who comes from the West, and who spoke for, not for the West, I'm sure about that. Now please welcome our second speaker, Mr. Corrit.
very wise.
I've done this before.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. As mentioned, my name is James Corbett. I have a website called The Corbett Report at corbettreport.com. So if you're interested in more information, it will be there. First of all, I'd like to thank the Perdana Global Peace Foundation and its trustees, and of course, to Dr. Mahathir for the invitation to speak to you today. As you know, we're gathered here today to discuss the Kuala Lumpur Initiative to Criminalize War and its 20th anniversary. But if we're going to reevaluate that document and its significance from our standpoint here in 2025, then it is worth our time to remember the context in which that initial declaration was made. Let's cast our minds back to 2005 for a moment and ponder the fact that that 2005 declaration was forged in the crucible of war. Not the war on terror, as the spinmeisters and the PR salesmen of the Western warmongers put it, but the war of terror. A war on an abstract noun, which we were told was meant to bring freedom and democracy to the Middle East, but was really about reshaping the Middle East in the interest of the strategists in Washington and Brussels and Tel Aviv. That 2005 declaration came in the wake of America's invasion of Afghanistan, a war which, as my reporting on the secret lie that started the Afghan war has conclusively demonstrated, was waged under false pretenses, and as my reporting on false flags, the secret history of Al-Qaeda has demonstrated, was waged largely against a mythologized and secretly supported enemy. That 2005 declaration came in the wake of the invasion of Iraq, a war perhaps even more egregious in its brazen illegality and wanton disregard for human life. And that 2005 declaration came in the light of the specter of an invasion of Iran, casting the shadow of World War III across the globe. And so perhaps in that context, in the wake of such madness, we can truly appreciate the moral clarity, the moral sanity found in the Kuala Lumpur Initiative's common sense declaration that, united in the belief that peace is an essential condition for the survival and well-being of the human race, we must affirm that since killings in peacetime are subject to the domestic law of crime, killings in war must likewise be subject to the international law of crimes, and that this should be so irrespective of whether these killings in war are authorized or permitted by domestic law. Imagine that. Murder is wrong. Murder in a uniform, no less so. A consistent moral principle consistently applied. Who could possibly argue against that? But, as you may have noticed, as difficult as it is to believe, that incredibly important ethical framework has not been adopted in the past 20 years. In fact, if anything, the initiative's simple ideas are probably even more needed today than they were when they were first formulated. Since that time, we've seen the destruction of Libya, the fracturing of Syria, the attack on Yemen, the bombing of Iran, a foreign-sponsored coup in Ukraine and the subsequent invasion of that country, and, of course, the ongoing genocide in Palestine. But I've been asked here today to talk specifically about the role of the current American administration in promoting peace around the world. It's an interesting topic. The role of the current American administration in promoting peace around the world.
He's nominated for Peace Nobel.
I'll get to that. Well, all right, okay, if we're going to talk about the Trump administration and its efforts to promote peace, perhaps we should start by remembering how it was that Trump was swept into office earlier this year. On the campaign trail in 2024, Trump claimed that he would be able to end the conflict between Russia and Ukraine on day one of his presidency. He claimed, for example, before I even arrive at, I don't do a Trump impression, sorry. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. In fact, he didn't claim this once or twice. He claimed it at least 53 times. And throughout his campaign, he promised a quick end to the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Get it over with and let's get back to peace and stop killing people, he said in April 2024. And candidate Trump even put himself up for the Nobel Peace Prize throughout the 2024 campaign. They gave Obama the Nobel Prize, he got elected, and they announced he's getting the Nobel Prize. I got elected in a much bigger, better, crazier election, but they gave him the Nobel Prize, he complained at one campaign event in Las Vegas. And in November, shortly after winning the election, it was confirmed that at least one Ukrainian lawmaker had indeed voted for him to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. It is my belief that Trump has made considerable contributions to world peace and that he can make more in the future, wrote Alexander Merezhko, a leading member of the Ukrainian parliament, in his letter to the Norwegian Nobel Committee. So, since taking office, has Trump made good on these promises? Well, he obviously has not ended the Ukraine-Russia conflict on day one, as he promised at least 53 times as a presidential candidate. He now claims that was said in jest and wasn't meant to be taken literally. And he hasn't overseen an end to the Gaza genocide. As we know all too well, the slaughter of Palestinians continues, and Netanyahu's government is preparing its invasion of Gaza. But to be fair, we have witnessed some attempts at mediation and peace brokering since President Trump came into office in January. We've seen Trump personally attempting to broker a deal in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, for example, and we've seen Trump coordinating a peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And as his supporters argue, he is turning U.S. policy away from an expansion of wars and conflict and toward using deterrence as a method for preventing war. For example, PolicyEast.com writes, quote, "In his second term as president, Trump is committed to ending the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Gaza war. The recent NATO Summit 2025 signaled a shift in the U.S. policy from escalation towards sustaining the deterrence. It reflects the realization under the Trump era that the continuous escalation is not a solution. Diplomatic off-ramp would be facilitated by the U.S. in the Russia-Ukraine war as a last resort to end the war, as it did in the recent Israeli-Iranian war. That war lasted for 12 days and ended with the U.S. intervention. Though the analysts were skeptical of the U.S. role as it might expand the conflict. However, in the aftermath of Iran's retaliatory strikes on the U.S. base in Qatar, President Trump announced the ceasefire deal between Iran and Israel, lessening the severity of the escalation." End quote. All right, this is something. But given the U.S. participation in the bombing of Iran this year, given the U.S.'s months-long bombardment of Yemen earlier this year, given the U.S. brokering of billions of dollars in fresh weapons contracts for the Ukrainian conflict, given the U.S.'s continued support for Israel in its waging of genocide against the Palestinians, I think it's safe to say that the current American government has not shown itself as a staunch supporter of peace or a reliable ally in the effort to criminalize war. But maybe that is the point. The American government may not be an ally in the quest for peace, but the American people, by and large, do not want war. Indeed, in February 2024, at the height of the then Biden administration's push to arm and equip Ukraine for its war with Russia, a poll found that the overwhelming majority, a full 70% of Americans, wanted their government to push for peace talks between the two countries, not to support more war. The BDS movement continues to reflect the American public's and the peoples of the world's anger at the ongoing genocide of the Palestinians, and has pressured Chevron into halting expansion of its Israeli-claimed Leviathan gas field in the Mediterranean. It has caused AXA insurers to completely divest from Israeli banks. It has prompted Perdana to drop its sponsorship of the Israeli Football Association. And when Trump bombed Iran, even prominent members of the MAGA movement were quick to decry the move. It's important to consider that point for a moment. Why would cap-wearing, flag-waving members of Trump's own political movement be so openly critical of the Trump administration's warmongering? It's precisely because they did not want MAGA to result in another warmongering administration like the neoliberal Bush or Obama administrations, the neoliberal Biden or Obama administrations, or the neocon Bush administration before them. They thought they were voting for peace, but they got more war. Trump has bombed Yemen. Trump has bombed Iran. Trump has been oddly unsuccessful at brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine, but he's been remarkably successful at brokering weapons contracts for American military contractors to supply weapons to Europe so they can continue to arm Ukraine. And of course, Trump is still supporting his good friend Netanyahu in his quest to invade Gaza and dispel the Palestinians. None of this is new, of course. We've seen this exact phenomenon play itself out before. In 2008, just 3 years after the Kuala Lumpur Initiative was signed, the American people overwhelmingly voted Barack Obama into office in the hopes that he would not be George W. Bush. Obama even won the Nobel Peace Prize in the mere hope that he would not be George W. Bush. But immediately upon taking office, what happened? Not only did Obama dismiss the possibility of war crimes prosecutions for the war crimes that demonstrably occurred in the Bush-era war of terror, he committed to an expansion of the war in Afghanistan. He expanded the war of terror into Pakistan with drone bombings. He spearheaded NATO's illegal invasion of Libya. He oversaw the years-long insurgency that tore Syria apart. He presided over the rise of ISIS. And in an egregious assault against that common-sense ethical framework embedded in the Kuala Lumpur Initiative, he created a so-called disposition matrix. That is, a presidential kill list that presumed to grant authority to the President of the United States to kill anyone he wants, anywhere on the planet, including even American citizens. Murder is wrong unless you're the president, according to the President of the United States. So, in short, in 2008 too, the people voted for peace, but they got more war. So what is the disconnect here? Why does the country that prides itself on its democracy continue to engage in wanton warmongering against the wishes of its own people? Why has a Make America Great Again movement that was supposedly interested in stopping America from acting as the policeman of the world and sending troops abroad for foreign wars of aggression turned into a Make Israel Great Again movement that is fostering wars abroad? More to the point, why does seemingly every American administration pursue a remarkably similar foreign policy, no matter who is voted into office? There can be only two possible answers to that question. Either, by some remarkable coincidence, everyone who is voted in as President of the United States is a secret warmonger who never reveals their true nature until they're sitting in the Oval Office, or it isn't the President who's really calling the shots. Those are not mutually exclusive possibilities, but assuming the latter possibility is the more likely answer, then the question is, if the President isn't calling the shots, who is in charge? Well, we've known since President Dwight D. Eisenhower warned in his farewell address in 1961 that the military-industrial complex has unwarranted influence over the politicians, and that the rise of this sinister lobby will lead to the disastrous rise of misplaced power. And beyond the direct corporate military-industrial interests, there are, of course, financial interests. There's always plenty of money to be made by unscrupulous financiers in times of war. So that leaves us with this question. If we want an administration that conforms to the will of the people and pursues peace, how do we counter those entrenched interests? It's tempting to say that in order to retake the government of America, or any other country, back away from these special interests and deliver it to the people, we will need a supranational body to steward over these nations. After all, if a powerful, centralized control structure, like the American government, has been taken over and used contrary to the wishes of the American people, then how else can that structure be put back into line than by the authority of an even greater, more powerful, more centralized control structure? But if that's what we are advocating, we must ponder whether we have really learned the lessons of the last 20 years of bloodshed and war. Have we learned that any institution with the power to enforce a regime of international law will be the very first institution that the warmongers will seek to subvert, subsume, or eliminate? Let's never forget that the United States used the various United Nations resolutions against Iraq and against Saddam Hussein as pretext for its sanctions, bombing, and eventual invasion of that country. Let's never forget that the path to NATO's bombing of Libya was paved by the UN Human Rights Council in a special session in February 2011, where they invoked the responsibility to protect and adopted a resolution without a vote. Let's not forget that the International Criminal Court has almost exclusively dealt in indicting African leaders, with the exception of its arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And let's not forget that the ICC's attempts to bring justice for the genocide of the Palestinians has been so far successfully thwarted and suppressed by Israel and its ally on the UN Security Council. And let's not forget that Trump's bombing of Iran earlier this year, as well as Israel's bombing of Iran, was facilitated by the IAEA and its interestingly timed declaration of sanction against Iran for its supposed violations of their nuclear commitments. Perhaps then, when we're looking at the fundamental shift in society that is going to have to take place if we ever want to truly criminalize war, we're looking in the wrong place if we're looking to the ballot box, voting in Barack Obama or Donald Trump or whatever politician comes along promising but failing to deliver on peace. And perhaps we're also looking in the wrong place if we're looking to these supranational entities to bring about peace. The real criminalization of war will almost certainly not take place as a top-down movement. It will not result from the conspiracy of high-level political leaders meeting behind closed doors and behind the public's back. It will not happen at a large-scale, unaccountable institution thousands of miles from the people it claims to speak for. It will happen when the bottom-up movement of people crying out, "Enough!" becomes unstoppable. When the people realize that the power to direct humanity's fate lies not in the hands of the bureaucrats, the warmongers, the politicians, the financiers, and the military-industrial contractors, but in our hands. In a strange way, perhaps the Trump administration has actually contributed to the promotion of peace in the world by helping to remove the scales from the eyes of those voters who have up to this point still believed in the power of voting or in the power of international institutions to achieve peace. By continuing the war agenda, Trump has demonstrated once again that the idea of waiting for a political savior to end the wars is a failed strategy. It's now time to organize as citizens, to boycott, to protest, to refuse to fight, to make it impossible for the war machine to function. Once we realize that the war machine runs on the fuel of our participation, we start to recognize that our withdrawal of support for that war machine will be the only thing to stop it from functioning. Such a lofty goal may seem far off today, but until we start conceptualizing it, until we start cheerleading for it, until there is support for this idea from the grassroots, it will never happen. On the contrary, when this idea has been promoted, and it has caught on with the public, and there is a groundswell of support for it, nothing will be able to stop it. Victor Hugo famously observed, "No army can stop an idea whose time has come." But when the initiative to criminalize war has prepared the way for global peace, there will be no army left to try to stop it. Let's pray that that day comes sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Good, excellent.
Doing some domestic work.
We thank again Mr. James Corbett from the Corbett Report for an interesting insight on the history of war, the role of America today, and the changing facet of what technology can do through public advocacy on the platform that many of you have daily, which is your handphone. Bagi hadirin sekalian, Mr. Corbett telah menyatakan sejarah perang dalam dunia, dan soalannya hari ini, bagaimana Amerika sebagai kuasa dunia yang menyanggungkan demokrasi dan undang-undang membuat sesuatu tindakan yang jelek. Kita ketahui peperangan kepada Iraq, Iran, Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan bermula dengan kuasa yang beliau telah sebutkan. Soalannya adalah, apabila perang difikirkan sebagai kuasa yang mutlak, beliau menyatakan ia boleh dipertahankan apabila manusia bangun semula enough of war, dan kerajaan itu akan jatuh. Hakikatnya dalam sejarah peradaban dan tamadun dunia, apa disebutkan Ibn Khaldun dan Rise and Fall of Nations, itu adalah sejarah azali. Maka kita melihatkan di mana akan bangun semula kuasa yang tak zalim, kerana kuasa yang zalim tidak akan tahan lama. The generation of civilization is a fact of history. All nations have 5,000 years to their credit. America have only 200 and more than 50 years. Already it is facing its own conscience why they have brought Mr. Trump to lead their nation today. Now we have now come to last speaker, none other, eminent speaker and erudite thinker on foreign policy, yang berbahagia dan Sri Datuk Sri Utama Dr. Raif bin Yatim.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wa bihi nasta'in, wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Semasa saya pergi ke Mentakap, saudara jangan pergi ke Bido. Semasa saya bercakap, minta saudara jangan tidur. Pertama, saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah, terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Norian dan Tan Sri Samsudin, apatah lagi kepada pengurusi kita yang bijaksana, Datuk Gaz, serta rakan-rakan penyampai Mr. Corbett, dan juga yang disampaikan oleh seorang pensyarah anak muda kita baru sebentar tadi, Dr. Professor Mizan. I was just considering there are no less than 108 people here, but there are 98 people who don't speak and communicate in English every day. Therefore, I take the liberty to insinuate you into thinking in your mother tongue, yaitu bahasa Melayu. Tetapi, walaupun kereta api pergi ke selatan, kereta pergi ke utara, walaupun saya tak katakan, kena masuk dalam dada. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not quit too long. As I have seen a while ago, all of you, either you are rather tired listening to us up here, or you must be thinking in your inner cranium that this session must bring out something. Yang saya maksudkan ialah, inilah seramainya kita. Selepas kita keluar dari dewan ini, mesti ada sesuatu yang boleh kita laungkan dan buat. Jika tidak, usaha yang dibuat oleh yang amat berbahagia Tun Mahathir Mohamad ini, seorang pejuang yang hari ini mencapai usia 100 tahun, usaha beliau mungkin tak sampai ke seberang. Justru, izinkan saya menyampaikan buahnya dan membuang daunnya. Pertama, menyatakan bahawa Yayasan Pimpinan Tun Dr. Mahathir ini yang bernama Yayasan Keamanan Sedunia Perdana atau PGPF wajib diberi tepukan khas dan penghargaan. Apa yang kita mahu ialah sekiranya berbenih, kita minta ia berbuah. Apa yang kita pohon didoakan agar bersatunya kita menentang kejahatan, menentang perkara-perkara yang mudarat dan yang bertentangan dengan nilai-nilai murni agama dan kemanusiaan. Setelah menyatakan itu, tahniah kepada kedua-dua penyampai tadi. I would be rendering a non-confirmation of ability if what the speakers have extended to you is not appreciated or translated into the inner thinking of each and every one of us here. We have been delving about this topic, but my topic has been assigned to be current geopolitics and the prospect of a peaceful world order. Macam mana nak terjemahkan tu? Jadi lebih kurang topik bagi saya ialah geopolitik dan prospek dunia yang aman. Dengan lain perkataan, perjuangan ini gabungan bahasalah yang menentukan kita pergi ke seberang atau tidak. It is the language of humanity that brings us to war. Because emotion is derived from thinking, and from thinking it exudes for action. Dengan hal yang demikian, sambil kita berterima kasih kepada Tun M dengan rakan-rakan Tan Sri dan lain-lain, dan terima kasih kepada kedua-dua penceramah ini serta Datuk Prof. Gas, saya menyatakan bahawa peperangan itu zahir dari kemarahan. Ini adalah sesuatu yang manusia sendiri tak dapat lari. Oleh kerana dalam diri manusia ada rasa sayang, ada rasa penghargaan, ada rasa benci, ada rasa terhimpit, terhina Selepas itu diterjemahkan kepada perbuatan. Nanti aku ajar kau. So that is why Shakespeare said, let it be anger and widen your nostril towards the other part of the river, and on together we do. Macamlah dia kata, to be or not to be, that is the question. That is the question. Itulah soalnya. Tapi itu Shakespeare yang cakap, bukan saya. Saya hanya menyemburkan semula. Selepas itu kita dapati bahawa menyatakan peperangan, adakah ia satu jenayah? Penulis yang terkenal namanya Ernest Hemingway berkata, never think that war, no matter how necessary, is not a crime. Ernest Hemingway dah meninggal, tak lama dah. Dia menulis dengan bukunya For Whom the Bell Tolls, The Old Man and the Sea, dan lain-lain. Jadi kalau seorang Amerika dan penulis terkenal seperti ini menyatakan tentang tidak setujunya peperangan itu terus, kita di Malaysia pun harus begitu. Tetapi banyak tetapinya. There are so many buts and therefores instead of the other affirmatives. Jadi saudara-saudari jangan bengis kat saya ya kalau saya berucap ni ada campuran dua-dua. Sebab saya katakan tadi 65% orang mim lam alif ya waw. Misalnya yang 5 tadi tu English bah. Alhamdulillah rakan-rakan saya dah kedua-duanya bercakap dalam bahasa Inggeris. Saya campurkan sedikit antara sayur dengan gulai. Alhamdulillah. Sekarang saya pergi kepada beberapa ungkapan yang dibuat oleh manusia tentang peperangan. Pertama, seorang bernama Santayana pada tahun 1922 berkata, only the dead have seen the end of war. Katanya, hanya orang mati yang dah tengok peperangan dan kedahsyatannya. Selepas itu, orang yang saya sebutkan sebagai Henry Barbusse 1916, ini semua penulis yang handal-handal, orang yang pernah melihat dan mengalami masalah peperangan. Dia kata, the two armies that fight each other is like one large army that commits suicide. Dan itu pun boleh kita terima. Setiap askar yang berperang nampak macam dua askar yang kedua-duanya mati dan tak nampak lagi apa yang di seberang sana. Therefore, Woodrow Wilson, that famous President of America, he said, this is a war to end all wars. Itu beliau berkata masa Perang Dunia Pertama nak mula. Jadi orang yang benci kepada peperangan ini memang ramai, termasuk beberapa orang Presiden Amerika sendiri, selain daripada yang Mr. Corbett sebut tadi. Mari kita pergi kepada satu lagi penulis yang sangat masyhur itu, Shakespeare. Beliau berkata tentang peperangan dan cara nak marah. Apa katanya? Katanya, once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. Shakespeare ni pula menceritakan masa berperang tu, memberi satu gambaran, marahlah kamu, wa ima lompangan yang ada di tembok itu disumbat dengan mayat-mayat Inggris, katanya. So there you are. Which one you want to use? The philosophy that says war is a crime, war is indeed ugly, war is bad, yet today we are filled with wars. Orang Inggeris pun berkata, we have won the battle, but we have lost the war. Ada pula kata, we have won the war, we have lost the battle. Samalah tu. Perangai dia orang ni nak memadamkan pemikiran kita.
Jadi di PGPF ni lah hari ini kita harap kita dapat mengembangkan fikiran kita tentang kemanusiaan. Dan beberapa isu yang harus kita lihat ialah dari segi survival kita di Malaysia terlebih dahulu. Selepas itu barangkali kita lihat survival kita dalam ASEAN, seperti yang dibentangkan tadi, ciri-cirinya, cara-caranya. Dan Mr. Koret menyatakan orang kampung dia pun tak berfikirkan betul tentang masalah peperangan ini, termasuk pemimpin yang dinamakan Trump dan lain-lain. Hadirin terhormat yang dikasihi sekalian, let us now pick a little bit of prose by saying, to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime have brought untold sorrow to mankind. Siapa cakap ni? Ini ialah dari preamble Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu, UN. Indonesia kata PBB. Ini dia. Dia kata, save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Bermakna the United Nations atau Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu semenjak tahun 45 lagi dah setuju bahawa peperangan itu harus diketepikan. Tapi apa mereka buat? Apa United Nations atau Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu buat? Mereka tak buat apa-apa. 193 anggotanya, termasuk Malaysia, termasuk Indonesia, yang keluar sekejap dari anggota PBB tahun 1965 sebab Soekarno mengada-ngada. Rakan-rakan Indonesia aja jangan marah ya. Tapi beliau itu memang begitu. Rakan kita, seorang yang begitu hebat, namun setelah habis ganyang Malaysia, Soekarno kembali memulangkan Indonesia balik sebagai anggota PBB. The issue, ladies and gentlemen, is whilst the preambular provision of the United Nations explicitly, expressly says the negative about war in terms of saving the generations for the future, nothing has been done to stop the war, or to educate mankind, or to put into their provisions of security and collective goodness the value of no war. It's not there. Jadi sekarang pergi sedikit lagi ke bawah. I'm going to say all these are very eloquent words, but when they leave the rostrum, they speak another language. Of course, I'm sorry, I've been foreign minister twice for the country. I've seen the ills of collective bargaining. I've seen the mere value of chatting. I've seen communiques, and I've seen serious-minded people, one of whom is Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, then now Tun Dr. Mahathir. I'll give you an incident. We were having a NAM meeting, which the chair has just illuminated a little. It was in Zimbabwe in 1986. It was Dr. Mahathir first who brought up the agenda just before Gaddafi was about to address the NAM crowd. Dr. Mahathir mentioned very clearly, he said, if the world wants to be surviving onwards, we must consider the possibility of doing away with war and replace it with projects and mankind of sweet valour. V-A-L-O-U-R. Dr. Mahathir ini bila masa-masa dulu cakap handal di New York, di Boston, di Harvard. Malah sekali pernah kita bertemu dengan 12 orang Yahudi di New York. Masa itu Said Hamid, rakan saya pun ada. Beliau mengatakan kepada Yahudi, kenapa kita mesti bermusuh? Sebab Islam boleh kahwin dengan orang kitabiah. Orang kitabiah boleh kahwin dengan orang Islam. Penyembelihan orang Yahudi boleh kita makan halal. Penyembelihan orang Islam, Yahudi boleh makan. Ibrahim adalah penghulu utama kita, Hanif yang asli. 12 Yahudi tadi terlopong. Dia kata, Mr. Prime Minister, ini ingat saya ya, we truly appreciate what you say, but we over here are the minority in Tel Aviv. Ini saya boleh ingat sampai bila-bila, sebab saya berkhidmat sebagai Menteri Luar dan mendapat beberapa peristiwa ini yang menusuk pikiran kita. Saudara-saudari, saya terus kepada para saya yang berikut dengan menyatakan bahawa bangsa-bangsa bersatu sudah gagal. The United Nations have failed in the delivery of goods, in the delivery of deliberations, in the realization of all the resolutions which have been overrun and overruled by the Security Council. Ya, malam-malam kita pun baca juga siapa yang dalam Majlis Security atau Majlis Keselamatan Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu ni. Mereka ni 15 orang, tapi 5 di situ adalah orang yang tak boleh tukar-tukar. Antaranya Amerika pertama, yang kedua UK, yang ketiga Perancis, yang keempat Rusia, yang kelima China. Tapi Amerika lah selalu menentukan. Dibuat satu resolusi, Amerika kata, no, we would like to exercise our provision of veto. Tak jadi apa. Soalnya, bagaimana boleh begitu? Sebabnya seterus ialah ahli-ahli yang ada di bangsa-bangsa bersatu itu tidak menzahirkan secara kolektif undi tak percaya terhadap Amerika. Apa salah? What's wrong? If one fine evening in the calm weather of April or May, we put the resolution, we from now on will not be having confidence for the American within the UN, due to the fact that you monopolize the power and you blacken and whiten as you like. Hadirin, bangsa-bangsa bersatu adalah badan yang diteruskan dari League of Nations. Sebelum PBB, League of Nations gagal sebab Nazi punya masalah, Germany punya masalah, sehingga tercetusnya peperangan dunia pertama. The First World War was during the tenure of the League of Nations, so it failed. And in 1945, when things were getting better, the UN was formed. But very early in the day, you must remember one thing. The philosophy of the UN has always been derived from the occurrences of events connected with the Jews. Cuba tengok dia punya falsafah tu. Humanitarian, a justice for all. Semua itu disambung setelah kes yang bernama Nuremberg case. Some of you might have heard about this, some may not. Tetapi kes yang disebut ialah Nuremberg case. Selepas kes itulah, maka banyak falsafah dalam bangsa-bangsa bersatu itu diketuai oleh falsafah Yahudi. Sampai hari ini. Dan kelima-lima anggota tadi, yang Amerika tadi dapat kerusi emas. Bila dia bercakap, orang lain tak cakap. Yang bernama orang putih Inggeris dari UK ni, cocok abang. Abang pun cakap, lain diam. Dia masukkan veto power into the Security Council mechanism, and that is why we do not have an environment of peace throughout the world from then on until today. So it's very simple. But you may be asking me, why are you telling all these? We want answers. Be patient. There would be some coming at the end of this talk. But I think I've robbed you some of your time. But I would like to thank my colleague here who sees that my throat is dry. How can you see my throat is dry? Maybe through the consonants of the throat itself. Baiklah, saya pergi cepat sikit. Oleh kerana kuasa veto inilah, maka kita begini hari ini. Soalnya, apa nak kita buat? Kita ada ICJ, ya, International Court of Justice di bawah UN. Allow me to pick up. The ICJ orders Israel to halt its offensive on Rafah, Gaza in the new ruling. Ini bertarikh 24 Mei tahun 2024. The highest court in the world, called the ICJ, sentenced Israel to stop the bombing, stop the killing. The world was saying, at last the judgment has come. Kita pun menunggu. We were waiting then. What would happen? Nothing. Somebody from the Pentagon contacted Netanyahu. Business as usual. Forget about the ICJ. Saudara, itulah yang menunjukkan sekarang bahawa tak ada gigi, tak ada tangan yang kuat, tak ada penguatkuasaan. There is no gripping teeth, there is no grip from the hand, and there is no enforcement under the ICJ. So it was just a judgment. And with America's collusion, Netanyahu becomes like a madman from day 1, day 2, day 3 until this very moment. Biasa saya katakan, serangan yang dibuat oleh Iran tempoh hari adalah sesuatu tumbukan yang saya di rumah di Ampang Jaya bertepuk seorang-seorang. Cuba teka di keliling Israel berapa negara-negara Islam? Tak kurang 15 kan? Baik. Dan tak kurang 400 juta penduduk semua. Israel cuma 10 juta. Yang kelilingnya hampir 400 juta. Tapi kalau yang immediate neighbors 150 juta. Disebutkan tadi tentang IOC. Saya katakan bukan IOC, OIC. OIC sebenarnya, saya tengok. Saya tengok dan tengok. Saya hadir 22 kali mesyuarat besar dan kecil OIC. Allahu Akbar. Kita tak salah mendera, ya. Tidak ada penguatkuasaan, tidak ada sistem meneruskan keputusan, dan tidak ada dana untuk berbuat sesuatu. Jadi OIC ketepilah. Apa lagi yang kita harapkan? Saudi sepatutnya, tetapi tidak juga berbuat apa-apa. Ada seorang arkitek bernama Nasir Ulli menyatakan, you build the Big Ben in Mecca, the time will turn for you. Dia buat Big Ben di Mekah kan, sekarang dah besar, tapi time tak juga bagi pihak yang memohon untuk ditolong. Saudara-saudari, dari situ ICJ dianggap sebagai dead letter office. America is just stamping it down. Tak ada apa-apa. Masalahnya, peruntukan mewujudkan mahkamah ni, dia punya penguatkuasaan tak ada. Katalah di sini, Datuk Seri Muhammad Najib kena jail, kena 12 tahun, kena bayar fine. Ada penguatkuasanya, polis diraja. Ada penguatkuasanya, iaitu jabatan penjara. Di sana tak ada. Buatlah keputusan tapi tak ada apa-apa. I'm running for time, so I hope I could finish my syllabus as soon as possible. Jadi sekarang saya pergi kepada 5 isu. Sepatutnya ada slide hari ini, tapi kata Tan Sri Sam ada masalah kabel jadi tak boleh nak main. Saya teruskan sampaikan. Isu yang di depan kita hari ini terbesar ialah the Gaza genocide. We say that the Tel Aviv regime is a genocidal agent. It is against the Genocide Convention, which is endorsed by the United Nations. It is against the Geneva Conference and Conventions of 1949. Under Geneva Convention, you got 4 instruments. And the last instrument is important to note, yaitu menyelamatkan mangsa-mangsa peperangan. Jika tidak dibuat sedemikian, mereka boleh didakwa. Dakwa di mana? Di Mahkamah ICJ. Tapi Mahkamah ICJ macam saya sebut tadi, polisnya tak ada, penjaganya pun tak ada. Sukar, hanya beberapa orang saja yang kena dalam sejarah, yang kena penghukuman, yang dapat kita lihat menerusi keadaan di Serbia, di Bosnia. Bosnia pun Tun Mahathir yang main peranan. Tepuklah untuk beliau. For friends here, there is a plaque in Bosnia which project a statue of Dr. M under a tree which is nicely placed, and there it says, in gratitude to a friend from Malaysia, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Alhamdulillah ini berlaku. Jadi saya memang memberi tahniah kepada Tun, dan di samping itu isu tentang Gaza genocide, isu tentang Ukraine dan Rusia, isu tentang US dan China berlumba-lumba dan bertembung, isu berhubung dengan ASEAN, isu dengan kegilaan tarif ada di depan kita. Tapi kalau saya pergi satu persatu yang 5 perkara ni, berkata Inggeris, I will not end until the cow comes home. Oleh itu, supaya lembu tak datang rumah, saya bawa kambing saja. Genocide yang di Gaza dah tentu satu pembunuhan yang besar. Ada pihak kata 60,000 dah mati, ada doktor mati, ada jururawat mati, jurnalis mati. Tetapi sebenarnya dunia tidak tahu berapa teruk kematian itu, bagaimana diazab oleh Zionis penduduk-penduduk Gaza. Justru 85,000 dikatakan mati katak. Kita kata mati syahid lah sebab dalam peperangan. Tetapi Zionis berkata, there dies the frogs of Gaza. Dan Trump berkata, apa yang dikata? We will rebuild Gaza according to our plan as approved by Tel Aviv. Cuba tuan-tuan fikir, perempuan fikir. Inilah negara Palestinian yang semenjak ribu-ribu tahun dulu, semenjak Nabi Ibrahim datang ke kawasan itu, sekarang senang dia kata, we will rebuild Gaza and consult Tel Aviv. Soalan pertama ialah, adakah Convention Geneva dicabul? Jawabnya betul, mengambil tanah orang. Tapi kemana dan siapa akan memberi penghukuman? Dengan kematian yang berlaku, dengan kecederaan yang berlaku, negara-negara Arab masih tak buat apa-apa. Dan saya berkata, kita Indonesia atau Malaysia, kita kemudianlah sebab kita 10,000 batu jauh. Orang sana lah buat kerja dulu, tak buat. So there is a sinking feeling, and to outlaw what is called war at this moment is a pretty hard thing to undergo and do. Seterusnya, dalam hal yang berkaitan dengan isu ini, kita perlu sekarang menerusi bangsa-bangsa bersatu, bangun dan mewujudkan satu korum besar menyuarakan kesalahan Amerika. Jangan takut, jangan gundah gulana. But the question is, who is going to bail the cat? It's not easy. So, this is the issue. On the Ukraine and Russia bashing, about 100,000 people perished. More than 4 million people have gone out to search for a better life, displacing people. In Gaza, there is nothing left to go for. Semua dah habis di situ. Populasi Gaza dengan Palestin lebih kurang 5 juta. Israel 10,5 juta. Tetapi kapal terbangnya, pelurunya, misalnya semua angka sen yang bagi. Under the Biden government, no less than 20 billion US dollars was spent and given just like that to Tel Aviv to procure your own arsenal. Jadi dengan konteks begini, bila Iran memerangi Israel, hari itu saya bersyukur kehadrat ilahi adalah pengeras sedikit di kalangan itu. Dan kalau boleh di bangsa-bangsa bersatu, patutnya negara-negara Islam bertepuk kuat bagi galakkan pada Iran. Tapi setakat ni belum ada. I would like to close this delivery by saying that Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Egypt, Qatar, Iraq, Iran, UAE, Syria, Yemen, Oman, Bahrain, Lebanon, Jordan. Can you imagine in your mind which of these countries have helped the cause for Palestine or Palestine? I can pick up a few for you. Egypt has helped. Yemen has helped. Iran has helped, of course. The rest, not seen. Therefore, I would like to say, the worst is Jordan, the West Bank. The guy simply speaks in volumes, in eloquence that you and I don't understand, then keep quiet. Setakat itu saya sebut, nanti banyak sangat deraan itu dengan bahasa perang pula orang terhadap saya. Itu sampai begitu. The surrounding fact is the Muslims of the world, in particular in the Middle East, they have hardly done anything to sequester peace and stability, or to return to normalcy of life, or to utilize the mechanism of legal and municipal laws. Lepas tu saya fikir kalau saya sebut-sebutkan hanya merupakan sebutan kemudian. Namun izinkan saya menyatakan berhubung dengan Geneva Conference tadi, Geneva Convention tadi, harus diaktivasikan oleh Malaysia. Bagaimana? Sebab di sini kita ada satu jawatan kuasa yang dinamakan Jawatan Kuasa Geneva Convention di Malaysia. Tak pernah mesyuarat. Tolonglah mesyuarat. Jadi Datuk Mat sekarang pengganti saya lah, misalnya di Wisma Putrajaya. Tak lama dulu beliau ada menyatakan, let us make Israel pay for their inner works by dismembering Israel from UN. Beautiful suggestion, but under the charter there is no power to dispel any state. They may have done their homework, but we thank the foreign minister for saying this. But beyond that, we should also understand that this convention is not enforceable by many countries because of their leaning towards America. Dengan hal yang demikian, ini pun tidak begitu hebat. Tadi Tun ada menyebut bahawa beberapa instrumen ini impotent katanya. Impotent itu dia, minta maaf ya, mati pucuk. Jadi begitulah lebih kurang. Akhir sekali, izinkan saya menyatakan bahawa Malaysia's Committee on the Law of Humanitarian Needs and Law on humanitarian first order should be resurrected under the foreign ministry and deliver it consciously and officially to the secretariat under the war committee which the UN is having right now. Dan sebagai akhir, apakah yang harus kita buat ni? Jadi saya telah berfikir sedikit sebanyak, sambung dengan rakan-rakan yang telah menyebutkan apa patut. Pertama, di bangsa-bangsa bersatu hendaklah ada suara untuk menghentikan perniagaan senjata. Now, the arms trade is in the trillions of US dollars every year. The biggest seller is America. Second comes from Europe. Third comes from the UK. We are not talking about China yet, but China is not selling to everybody. China only helps Pakistan a little bit. China is helping Iran a little bit. But the fact remains, Uncle Sam is selling their gunneries to the world. We must put it into the agenda. Who are we? NAM, OIC, Arab League, and Conscious Europe, dan banyak lagi NGO. Jika ini boleh kita buat, adalah suara itu. Sekarang suara itu tak ada. Yang kedua ialah political thinking of powerful nations must change. Ini sebut senang. How do we change? But I think picking from the two lectures just now, the universities domestically formulated must contain war studies. Sekarang kita ada Universiti Pertahanan misalnya di Malaysia. That university must be putting on its thinking cap, the pros and cons, how to stop war. Selepas itu, berkaitan dengan pendidikan, semenjak kecil lagi kita ajar anak-anak berperang tidak boleh, berperang salah di sisi kemanusiaan. Tetapi barang diingati, kesemua agama membenarkan peperangan, langsung atau tidak. Misalnya, katalah ada negara di selatan, dia terbang menggunakan angkasa lepas kita, udara kita. Sekali kita warning, dia gelak aja. 2 kali kita warning, dia senyum aja. 3 kali kita warning, dia kata, hey, what can you do? Saya nak katakan, udara kita, space kita, dah banyak kali dia gentas dia orang. Kita diam aja. Yang kedua, perairan Selat Melaka, Selat Teberau, hari-hari ditambak sebelah sana. Sekarang dah kecil. Apa kita buat? What is our survey department doing? Tak ada. Macam itulah keadaan yang ada di dunia berhubung dengan kuasa Tel Aviv tadi. So, we have to resolve this to a collusion of efforts, and therefore the religiosity of our life must take in the other affirmative modes of life to disallow war. Peace is more beautiful than warlike behavior. Ini sebut senang, tapi menjalankannya bukanlah mudah. And now I come to the ASEAN part. I'm sorry, the ASEAN part, I've been one of those responsible for setting up the 3 pillars. First is the pillar on security and politics. Second is the pillar on socio matters. Third is on the economy. You tell me, what kind of benefit have we got from each other, from these 3 pillars? Do you even have an ASEAN Day holiday? You don't. Can you drive your Proton Saga in Jakarta or in Singapore with their number plate? Relax. Apa tarif yang kita kenakan? Teruk. Ya. Belaga orang di utara, Dilanyaknya Rohingya. Apa kita buat? We don't intermeddle with internal affairs. Kepala H. Ini dah boleh lagi. We remain calm and placid. Now, satu lagi ialah the ASEAN plus 2, the ASEAN plus 3, the ASEAN plus 4, the ASEAN plus 1. The ASEAN plus 1 is with the United States. Bila Obama datang, tempoh hari, macam yang di Pertuan Agong datang. Kita nyambut dia. Buat kata orang ni 9 ni apa kerja? Orang Perak kata, kau je apa? Kita tidak ada kena perjuangan dalam ASEAN lagi. Lee Kuan Yew used to tell me, he said, Mr. Foreign Minister, we've known each other for a long time, but give and take, you must take more. Kata dia, give and take, you must take more. Saya kata, patutlah kau keluar dari Malaysia tahun 65. Oh, you don't have to mention that because I become very sad, kata dia. Saja sebab kita berkawan lama. Tapi falsafah dia tu memang betul. Dalam ASEAN, orang selatan ni banyak ngambil hak kita. Masuklah budaya kita tadi. Ini nak tangkas sikit dengan mereka. Okay, the tariff which Singapore gets is only 10%, 11%, right? We got how many percent? 19%. Indonesia 19%. India got 50% of tariffs imposed by Mr. Trampung. ASEAN should be collective together. There are 10 of us. Give us pro rata. Or you explain why you give Vietnam 40 and you give Myanmar 40. Why Malaysia 19? Jadi Trump sekarang pecah belah perintah kita. Jadi saya nak sokong satu pendapat mengatakan mari kita perbesarkan pasaran kita, lama-lama tak usah hantar lagi ke Amerika. Tapi cakap senang, mereka ada banyak barang jual kat kita. Ya. Semua orang ada dalam poket masing-masing telefon tu. Nak tu megah pula tu kalau ada apa iPhone. Ya Apple, mahal Apple. This is what we call empty pride, which we have, which we should put a stop to it, and we should prosper within ourselves. Datuk Pengurusi minta maaf ya, dah habislah kiranya tu. Cuma saya menambah hal yang berhubung dengan perkara ASEAN tadi. The social pillar is not even in existence in practice. ASEAN pillar for social adhesion, community of ASEAN, mana dia? Tak ada. So, we only react when America comes. We only react when China comes. On our own, we don't have. People have been killed in Myanmar. We say that is internal matter. We cannot interpose. Kalau dah tak macam tu, buat apa buat ASEAN? Lebih baik Siato dulu. Sito. Ada sikit. Ada di utara Kuala Lumpur, Patkuman, ada. Kemudian kita ada Subandrio, di sini Ghazali Syafi'i. Masuk tu kita vibrant. Sekarang ASEAN dah tak ada benda. Jadi mungkin mereka marah kata this colleague of ours is ex-FM from Malaysia, we should not listen to him anymore. Doesn't matter. But now, as I have been a party to that 3 pillars in the discussion, in the debate, I have the right to say that we have not been effective as a collective body for Asia and for Southeast Asia. That's what we are saying. Therefore, the volume of concern that we have must be channeled to the oneness of ASEAN. And having said that, perhaps after this, we will roll out 1 or 2 of primary steps that we think is fitting. Akhir sekali ialah untuk mencadangkan agar perkara berhubung dengan asuhan di sekolah, asuhan di universiti mesti wujud. Di sekolah diajar anak-anak dalam kepompong silabus kehinaan terhadap berperang. Dan sekiranya mereka yang sudah ada footing dalam ASEAN, ASEAN as a body must tell the world in the United Nations where America has gone wrong and why the Security Council must be amended in terms of its law. If it still remains as it is, then ASEAN itself is rather perfunctory. It's rather on the side. Jadi dalam keadaan sedemikianlah, saya akhiri ucapan ini dengan menyatakan bahawa perkara-perkara berhubung dengan survival masa depan kita mesti lihat dalam konteks yang terakhir sekali. Perlawanan bola antara Amerika dengan China. Spratly Island tadi disebut oleh rakan kita. Dia hanya 90 ekar luas. Dari mana China dapat permit ni nak buat landasan 90 ekar? No way. China has taken the liberty from the world to build its own airdrome, its silos in the middle of the ocean. Apa sebab kita tak boleh tentang? Sebab China kuat. Terubu layang-layang, dia dah kepung kita dah hari ni. Terubu layang-layang yang Dr. Mahathir pergi dulu, tidur situ 2 malam, wujudkan terubu layang-layang. Sekarang keliling tu dah China. Ambalat menjadi masalah, iaitu ND6 and ND7 punya boundary. China kata, this belongs part to us. Kita pun tak cakap apa-apa. Jadi dengan itu, wujud satu bakul isu berhubung dengan ASEAN ni. Seboleh-boleh PMX, jangan jadi XPM ya, PMX harus ambil hal ini. Pernah saya tulis surat kat beliau sebagai bekas speaker Dewan Negara, ambil lambalat ini, apa yang hak bagi kita seperti ligitan tempoh hari, ambil hak kita dan kemukakan garis ND6, ND7 sebagai hak bersama atau diagih dua ikut nilai di bawah UNCLOS. Itulah cadangan. Tapi maklumlah beliau sibuk barangkali tak dapat meneliti itu. Hal ini perlu bagi kita mengetahui sebagai rakyat. Minta maaf ya, saya dah banyak bercakap tadi. Jadi kalau pergi ke Kerakap, nampak tuan-tuan boleh pergi ke seberang. Bila saya bercakap, tuan-tuan sudah mula boleh berjuang. Thank you so much, and Allah bless you. And I also wish Tun Dr. Mahathir the best of health and the man who can still contribute towards mankind.
So we do our home. The chairman will take over now. Thank you.
Once again, we have our erudite speaker on a subject that goes around the world and has fought on our home ground. ASEAN has a new organization that must take a new form to address our concerns. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached now 12:10. We are supposed to begin 12 o'clock for the next session, but allow me to give only 10 minutes. I'm sure all of you are mentally tired. You're thinking of something else now. All right, but now we will open the floor for 3 good questions. All right, please name your name and your position, and direct to which is your question to. Thank you. Mike, technical. From 2.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have 2 questions. So, my name is Fikar Ahmed bin Muhammad. I'm from Malaysian Corruption Watch. I have 2 questions. One I will address to Tan Sri Rais Yatim, and second to Professor Dr. Mizan. My question is that what is the realistic roadmap for the next 20 years? We are moving towards to a treaty, an amendment to the Rome Statute, or a new global convention? That's the first question. Second, how can a civilized society, especially from the global south, pressure the international institutions to prioritize the criminalization of war when geopolitical interests have been dominant? But before that, I end. I'd like to correct a bit my, maybe Tan Sri's statement about China. So we look China, it's not like a threat, but we look at China as a friend. Because if you might forget that China brought Iran and Saudi Arabia on the table since after so long of the war, because China is playing in a peace process resolution on the dialogue. So do not look China into that perspective, look China like our friend itself. Thank you.
Your second question?
Okay, got it.
Okay. You dulu.
Okay, bye-bye.
Chairman ni dia dah.
Yeah. Okay. Terima kasih, Tan Sri. Thank you very much for the questions. All right. So I think I just straight to the second question. Tan Sri will take the first question. Okay. Saya jawab yang pertama. Tuan-tuan dan ladies and gentlemen, yeah, talking about the so-called the issues in the future actually, yeah, as well as
Criminalisation.
yeah, it's about criminalization as well. For me, we have to come with the term of decolonizing war industry, right? Because as now, the narrative that we play is a Western narrative of understanding the war, understanding the conflict, the definition of terrorism, and many more. So I think we have to decolonizing such kind of term, okay, and we have to bring on the like a non-colonial or non-Western perspective in understanding the war itself and criminalizing the war, right? And for me, in the next, should be in the next, which is on the 58th of ASEAN ministerial meeting on October 3, maybe if we could bring this criminalizing war, especially on the ASEAN's platform, yeah, should be in place. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your reaction. I just, in summary, attend to your first one, that is the roadmap next 20 years globally. What do we do? That's quite a munchful question for me to answer just as it goes, but we could see for the future, China, US, there are two major powers. In the middle, we have ASEAN. In my view, we should react to prosper ASEAN, enable ASEAN onto a higher level of cooperation, including security. But this would mean we have to amend Article 7 or Article 5 because we do not meddle with matters of security in manner that we think we should. Secondly, we should work very hard to make ASEAN products the ASEAN life. Then China will look at us as a friend that is in need, but a friend that can also contribute. America will begin to look at ASEAN as a clump of countries, able people who can say things, who can do things, and invent things. Which brings me to the point of our society is not an inventing society. Our society is a consuming society. Therefore, with the education that we receive from the West, from Europe, we should also now look for wisdom from China, from Japan, from Taiwan. To build our arsenal? No, but to build our hospitals, to build our schools, to build our love, Turn Xiamen University into one of these, for example. But don't bring communism to us. I'm sorry I mentioned the word communism because from my purview, we have seen the development of cadres coming here into our society. You will see what happened in Penang in December last year. You know, 1,500 people came through a Navy force. Then we have those who came to Malaysia in the hundreds of thousands, but not all came back. It is said that many cadres have been created. I will not go into detail. Beware of communism in a manner that Malaysia is against it since 1948. So the roadmap must include that. Plus what we have been camping this far. The schools and the universities must be developed in the acumen that they have been undergoing without for these decades. Terima kasih.
All right, second speaker. All right.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished panelists, Professor Tan Sri dan Sir. I have two questions. First one to our good professor. In light of the recent grey zone confrontations in South China Sea, what are your thoughts on whether we should begin treating these repeated acts as form of aggression to be criminalized before they escalate into open conflict? Would focusing on this first be a more realistic step before pursuing the larger goal of criminalizing war itself? This is my first question. The second question to Tan Sri. What are your thoughts regarding the UN if the UN is often seen as toothless and continues to fail at preventing conflicts? Should countries like ours keep committing troops and funds to UN missions, or whether it be wiser to redirect those resources toward strengthening our own ASEAN defense and regional security? Thank you.
All right.
First question.
Comrade, you want?
South China Sea?
Yeah, okay. You want to answer on South China Sea? I think it was for you. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so thank you very much for the questions, all right. I think, yeah, talking about South China Sea, actually it is a very alarming situation, very alarming, Tan Sri. And as we know that maybe we are not like, during my presentation, I said about the heat in Manila, in Philippines particularly, and also in Vietnam, they have an exchange of gunfire actually, and a few of the military personnel also died, between China and also Vietnamese, as well as Philippines. So it is not in Malaysian context. Okay, we still maybe a bit far, and we are not. To be honest, what I know, Tan Sri, maybe you know much, when they have lots of intrusion, Tan Sri dah bagi tadi dia punya hint, actually banyak pencerobohan, maritime intrusion as well as this air intrusion, and we give some so-called diplomatic complaint lah, atau notes lah, macam tu, but nothing happened. Okay, even it just ignored, So that means it is something that very big, and we are not happy with that, and it happened. So we cannot do much. So I think at this stage, as you said, the aggression over there is quite big, all right? And then somehow there are some article, maybe Corbett also, Mr. Corbett also involved, and some of the articles Corbett may say the situation in South China Sea looks like maritime and air show, right? So the plane from different continents, especially Western and Eastern, came in, and then they took part, and some of them just provoke each other. But Alhamdulillah, saya boleh kata we are still relevant and waras lah. Kita tidak push the button of missile or something like that. So, but the the things has a limit. We don't know when and where or bila benda ni akan berlaku. So that's why the aggression is there, and I believe we don't have much time, okay, and the criminalizing war, right, and the criminalizing of act by any parties and any countries involved in South China Sea issues should be there, right, and then on top of that, satu lagi Cik, when the AUKUS have been established also, and I saw the worry also there, because kita ni have been established, kita ada so-called the zone of peace and neutrality, and also we got Sean Reeves, which is Southeast Asia weapon free from nuclear weapon, but when the things had happened, and it's happening right now in Australia particularly, so by 2028 there will be the first delivery of this so-called nuclear powered submarine. So dia nak ke mana? And if they want to go to South China Sea, dia akan lalu lah Selat Melaka ke, dia lalu South China Sea, apa dekat kita punya Singapore, apa semua tu. And then if something happen, the coalition down there, alright, we don't know what going to happen. And then kalau berlaku issues, the effect is very big. The contamination of the so-called radiation and whatsoever, alright, it will affect us. That's why we are worried, and but not much action have been taken, and I think to conclude, ASEAN have no other choice, have to bring this matter on its next meeting, which is on October, and probably Tan Sri, what I know, Trump is already committed to come, and Putin in negotiation. Modi, Narendra Modi is already commit to come. Lula, Brazil's president, also come. South Africa president also come, and Xi Jinping will come as well. So it's going to be a great platform to highlight and to uplift this issue. Thank you very much.
I think you have covered a larger portion of what I have to say, but since Dato' Puzi, we are supposed to touch a bit more on South China Sea. Let the ASEAN summit perhaps handle in the way that you are hoping. On the note on having failed as the United Nations, which you have asked us to comment on, I have done my bit while I was at the rostrum a while ago. Jadi saya cuma nak menambah sedikit bahawa untuk UN berjasa dan bertindak berkesan, badan-badan seperti OIC mesti aktif, Arab League mesti aktif, kemudian kita mesti memberi apa yang dianggap sebagai ASEAN presence, baru UN itu buka mata. We must go to the UN with one voice in certain matters. Of course, we cannot say that we speak as a collective ASEAN voice, but if Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, Thailand and the rest, we go forward for an issue condemning the Security Council overtly, I think we will be heard. Otherwise, we say, we will not have ASEAN plus 2 or ASEAN plus 5. We are okay within our own ambit. But we have not dared to say that. You know, Dr. Humphrey Sill, who was a very good diplomat in Europe, in Brussels, told me one time, he said, Rais Yatim, there are times when we diplomats do not speak diplomatically anymore. I said, what is it? One of it is the Security Council. But sadly, he has passed on. But that message stuck in my mind. If we do not say things as we think we should, who will understand us anyway? So we begin with strengthening ASEAN, strengthening OIC, and then we have to have the retribution aspect of our steps forward. Firstly, ASEAN invents many things for the market. ASEAN will have its own meeting without the +1, without the +2 for once, and decide once and for all what we want to do with the skirmish that we have in Thailand and Cambodia, with the skirmish we have in Burma and the rest. So my reaction to that is, if these we could arrange, the UN will listen to ASEAN, the UN will look east and become respectful of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri. I would like to invite our distinguished guest from Japan, who is living with China right on his doorstep, to mention what he thinks about China and the growing sphere of influence of great power. They need a place to breathe. That's what they are doing, technically.
Thank you. Yes. In Japan, obviously, the growing presence of China is being felt and is playing itself out politically in Japan with the growing move towards remilitarization of Japan and perhaps even the amending of the Constitution to allow Japan to have a military once again. At least that has been put on the table as a potential option. So obviously, the concern over the rise of China's growing military sphere of influence is a large one. And it's an interesting and provocative question of what kind of framework should be put in place to deal with territorial disputes or provocations in the South China Sea, in the East China Sea, elsewhere, because to some extent this goes to the heart of the question of whether the criminalization of war is possible. These provocations are obviously the preliminary steps toward outright conflict. They are tests of various defenses, and obviously nations become angered when their defenses are being tested, and they will respond at some point through when the provocation goes too far. They will respond militarily. What kind of framework can we put in place to stop those provocations before they result in warfare? That is, to some extent, the key question of how we actually get to the root of criminalizing war. I'm afraid I do not have the answer to that incredibly important question for you today, but I would also warn against giving any ability or authority for a country to claim that a provocation is justification for a military response, because that, of course, is exactly what happened, for example, with the Iraq War. It was claimed that it was Saddam Hussein who was threatening the poor little United States with his weapons of mass destruction, which turned out not to exist, was the excuse for the invasion of Iraq. And so we have to be very careful about the way this is set up. And once again, I will just reiterate that any body that is capable of adjudicating something on this level will be subsumed and subverted and undermined by the warmongers who want these types of provocations to lead to war. So all I can say is it's an incredibly important question, and I hope that the brightest minds in the world will occupy themselves with answering that question in a way that is different than what we've seen in the past, because the League of Nations did not prevent World War II. The United Nations has not prevented all of the conflicts that we've seen in the past decades. So we need a new response to that very important question.
Thank you. I think we have come to the end of the session today, but let's go back to history. Great nations and great powers rise every moment of history, and therefore they will strike a strike on their command and their sphere of influence. Today you are looking the rise of old powers and the new old powers claiming again. In the good old days, nations know how to behave. The respect and the moral ethical conduct of leaders brings peace to all of us, because we are mindful of the cause of war and the cause of peace. America is only a recent global power, but China had 5,000 years of history. Malacca too had relationship with China, so do India. And what you're looking today is the rise of Africa, the rise of Latin America, Therefore, it's not the same world that we think today. For Malaysians today, as I had gone round global, our voice must speak, because intellectual power and the truth will prevail over pure sentiments. You have seen how the West reacted to the Gazans, both in camera. More than 300,000 white young citizens spoke for the first time on Palestine. So it was in the West. It never happened that they would speak for what is right, not because of religion, but because of humanity and the graveness of killing humanity, which every one of us will answer. Whereas we live this world. They too are people of religion. They too have conscience. For Malaysians today, as we meet a nation of thinking and rightfully, morally upright nation, you cannot despair beyond repair. Because history is not made yesterday, neither will end tomorrow. It will end forever until the day of judgment, as what we all know. And every one of you will have an accountable account. What do we do? Because the business of global justice or divine justice is Allah. He has destroyed nations before you. So he has destroyed many other nations before you. What is 4 years? Mr. Trump has only 4 years. We don't bring him as a factor. He may be where he has been, America has given unfortunate fortune to have Mr. President. We have to reach beyond whom he has sent to try nations. Not good people need to be there. When Allah sends bad people, those are signs for us to ponder. When nations are given irresponsible leadership, what Neil Ferguson would say, the great generation of America has begun, and that book is already 25 years old. It's not today. I'm not suggesting we have despair. No, we cannot, because we have a life to be and our nation to come, our humanity to be responsible, because we are all Adam creation. Nations and all of you are different to know each other. But the fate of all nations, the future and the fortune is humanity. Each side of the world have their fair share of peace and happiness. But today we stand together to say what has to be said as a great nation, great citizen. And with that, I would like to invite our esteemed next moderator, Mr. Professor Dr. Gurul Singh Nijar, to share the panel discussion on the resolution to criminalize war 2.25 or criminalization war 2.0. May I have His Grace presence. Thank you, sir. I think you sit there. Yeah. You need the mic. You need? Please, yeah. You sit. Mic ini boleh? No, it's okay. We have to. Yeah. Boleh. Boleh. Go ahead. Otherwise, we use this one. Okay. You use this one? Use this one. Better. It's long enough.
Do I start?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Straight on.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final segment of this forum. I think there has been a very complete and comprehensive coverage of the issues relating to criminalizing war and the ways in which this can or cannot be done. In this final segment, I think first is we will ask the speakers
to say in a very short period, very short time, some remaining final thoughts on the matter, maybe the way forward in dealing with the future of steps to criminalize war. I would urge that you have, I must say, very impressively dealt with those issues in very succinct and incisive form. So we should not repeat that, but have your final thoughts with which we can strike at the heart of all of us who are going to leave the hall with something to take away and to think of doing within our organizations or within our universities and so on and so forth. Dr. Mahathir, when he, as a visionary, talked about criminalizing war, people of course thought that that was a ridiculous proposition because wars have existed for as long as the world has existed. But we can see that very slowly there is a growing realization that this is something that that has to be worked at because of what we see now, especially for example in Gaza, where we can see, in on live stream, in daily form, what's happening. When the Gaza war started, CNN, BBC, and all, it was eclipsed. What was happening in Gaza, very little was shown. But now the proportionality, the extent of the suffering is so great that even they themselves have now gone and now they show it on CNN every day, and it has created an outrage among communities even in the West, which has prompted some countries to say, okay, we are going to move for Palestine to be recognized as a state and so on and so forth. So there are little baby steps start off and then they mature into something quite substantial. Dr. Mahathir, his initiative at the beginning in the early 20s, he started off with saying that there must be a Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Tribunal set up, a People's Tribunal set up, which will adjudicate on some of these issues because the world was not adjudicating on those issues. And in 2011, he set up the KL War Crimes Tribunal, heard a case against Tony Blair, the then Prime Minister of UK, and George Bush, the President of the United States. And it was an incredible tribunal. The panel members were drawn from all over the world, the judges. A lot of evidence was produced, witnesses were produced. Of course, Tony Blair and George Bush were invited to come or to send their representatives, but of course they didn't send. But that does not prevent, just like in the International Criminal Court, if an accused person does not come, does not mean that the trial does not go on. So the trial proceeded. I was lucky to be nominated by Tony as the chief prosecutor together with a big team of members, some of whom are here. And there was a verdict of guilt because they examined the documents, they examined cabinet papers of the UK government and also of the United States and so on and so forth. And there was a judgment on this, and this judgment has been reproduced in our law reports as well as in a book form. For those who are interested, you can, I think, get the website from the foundation. That was 2011. Then 2012, there was also another trial, the second trial against those who perpetrated the torture of citizens. And this was against Rumsfeld, Cheney. These are all cabinet members of the US and primarily US government. And it was an incredible trial because we brought in visitors, we brought in those people who had been incarcerated in Guantanamo prison, who talked about the conditions to which they were subject.
And it was an eye-opener. It was the first time and the last time that such a trial has been conducted in the world. And there again, a lot of evidence, actual evidence was produced, and there was again a verdict that there was torture which was unacceptable. And then the following year, 2013, there was another trial in relation to the Shatila massacre, in which Israel was directly involved through Ariel Sharon. And again, there was a lot of evidence brought to show eyewitness accounts of what happened in Sabra Shatila. You know, how mothers who were walking away to try to run away, pregnant mothers would have their babies torn from within them, and, you know, people lined up and shot before their own children, and so on and so forth, you know, and children shot before their own mothers, and so on. So that again, and that was also in relation to genocide. So in fact, Tun Mahathir was responsible for initiating the first, one of the first, if not the first, actual People's Tribunal on genocide itself. So this is to show that there are concrete things that can be done. Of course, the proceedings were sent to all these proceedings are in print. The proceedings were sent to the International Criminal Court, but you know, they gave some kind of flimsy reason to you know, to rebuff the presentation of these reports and these findings. But these findings are there, and these are something to build on, and these are some concrete visionary steps that I must attribute to Tun Dr. Mahathir itself. He was the inspiration for these 3 international criminal trials which have gone into our legal jurisprudence history. So with that, I would invite the speakers. I think we can start off with on the extreme left, Corbett, to say a few words, wind-up words, if you may.
Yes, thank you. Rather than repeating anything that I said in my presentation, I'll just say that if anyone is interested in more information about what I talked about in my presentation, they can go to corbettreport.com. I've been doing the Corbett Report since 2007, so unfortunately I've had the chance to be covering in real time most of the war and bloodshed that I was talking about, the invasion of Libya, the destruction of Syria, bombing of Iran, etc. So there's much more information there. But on behalf of globalresearch.ca, I know Professor Michel Chossudovsky was unable to come here. He was going to address you, but unfortunately he was unable to make it here to Malaysia. But if you are interested in hearing what Professor Chossudovsky has to say about this issue, he has a very interesting 20-minute presentation about the criminalization of justice, the criminalization of politics, the criminalization of economics that has made the criminalization of war, well, if not an impossibility, at least a much more difficult thing to do. And he has some very insightful and profound things to say about that. I helped facilitate that conversation with Professor Chossudovsky. I believe the Perdana Global Peace Foundation will be posting that to their YouTube channel. It will be going up to my website as well in the near future, so you can stay tuned for that. And with that, I'll just thank you once again for having me here.
Thank you very much. We can have the next speaker, Tan Sri.
Terima kasih, Dato'. I do not have extraneous matters to add other than the possibility of us using the ASEAN summit as a channel to say something, at least from the peripheral part of the participants, about the criminality of war, about the style and the method of controlling warlike behavior, and the overrun of the American style of doing things at the UN. Somebody must talk about it. But the problem is, when our reps go to New York, they don't say much about what those parties are doing. So it's about time now our representatives at the UN or at any regional NGOs speak up and point out systematically what will happen if the present norms at the UN continues. But if we have the eyes of the OIC coming back, the eyes of the Arab League coming back, and from ASEAN, I think things will start moving. So we must put into the gear and the gearing of things the elements of change, first for the UN, then the regional bodies, inclusive of our ASEAN. I just want to repeat a bit about the ASEAN because I've been quite a part of it for the last few decades. Now, the summit is the best voicing that we can have, but the question is, who will bring it up? So we will try and talk to some of the senior members, the officers, if such matters as we discussed today are relevant in their opinion. If they do think that it is so, then we will gallop and give them the elements of discussion. And thereby, finally, we would like to say that whatever happens between China and America, South China Sea must be neutralized. But can that happen with Spratly and the other islands being occupied now? It may not be, yeah? And coming home closer to our coast, the Trubu Layang-Layang to me is pivotal. We must talk about it. And to talk about it must be congressionally done, or I may not use the word congressionally done, but groupishly done, collectively done with China, so that they don't come up close too much to our shore. Well, if they are there at the spread list, we'll find maybe the Philippines will talk a bit more. But for us, it's the spread list. That is the stepping stone to our rooftop. Powerful as they are, they should be told in nice words, you are our big friend, you are powerful, but you have to observe the UNCLOS. And you must use UNCLOS to determine the rights of nations and rights of countries vis-a-vis
I think one of the maybe additional thing here is to urge with any kind of possible platform for ratification of the so-called the war, criminalize a war. Whoever starts the war actually can be considered of committing crime. That's my thinking, right? It means looks like, and also to echo what have been said by Tan Sri as well, somehow we have to indoctrinate, especially the next generation. It means they don't like war. Looks like dalam Melayu ni kita nak cakap babi pun kita malu, Tan Sri. Kena cakap khinzir, kan? Macam itulah, ya. Apatah lagi makan, kan? Apatah lagi kita bela dan sebagainya. It means we don't want to, if we, for example, in our culture, right? We don't like pig, okay? It is very sensitive throughout our culture. It means we have to uplift the global perspective on war, okay? It is something that taboo to be said or to be happen. That's the main thing. Okay, if we could create this kind of awareness and kind of indoctrination, plus with so-called ratification even until the ICJ and ICC. So maybe I'm wrong, Dato'. We now ICC, for example, ICJ is only put a trial on those who involved on so-called war crime. But why not we also expand it to whoever starts the war, doesn't matter crime or not, but starts the war, consider crime. It means to urge them for not involving in such a kind of activity. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we got to introduce war is a crime into the vocabulary of every man, woman, child, adult, so that, you know, it becomes very clear. It's like now if you talk about rape, people know it's bad, you know, it's criminal, it cannot be done. So that vocabulary has to be introduced, because until now, as Tan Sri has said, as the Malay saying goes, when they talk about war is a crime, it's the response is mute. It's as he said, bisu di dalam 1000 bahasa. All right, it's mute in 1,000 languages. There is no response, that is no adequate response to challenging the fact of people who initiate and continue war and war crimes. Now brings us to the final part of this, and in your folder there is a declaration which has been very carefully and assiduously crafted, and this is declaration that will come from this meeting, and it will be circulated throughout the world and will be used as a basis for advocacy, for lobbying, for initiating measures and moves to criminalize war. So it has just been delivered to me. Tun Dr. Mahathir has signed it, so it's a declaration. This part is the signing of the declaration by Tun Dr. Mahathir, and this is the document which has been signed by Tun Dr. Mahathir and which will be used from now on. And the final point I want to say is that very poignantly, Tun Dr. Mahathir in his keynote address said that the candle is burning low. But I think implicit in that is a kind of a cautionary tale. It's burning low, don't let it burn out. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, we have come to the end of our great day today. I would like to sincerely appreciate and extend our thanks to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Professor Gudal Singh Nijjar for chairing this panel discussion to the final conclusion of the signing of the Criminalization Declaration 2025 or 2.0 today on the eve of our great nation. We have come a long way and we have witnessed great history. And your great nation today, as what has been mentioned by Dr. Professor Goodall, took 3 international crime sessions which no nation dared to do. We have not given adequate recognition to our nation. We have remained mute, and therefore history will not be repeated nor known. Today, the arrival of the digital technology has no excuse for any one of you or any nation to be heard beyond the sense of distance, space, and time. Because you can put it on TikTok every nanosecond that war is a crime. Therefore, it will go into the homes, into the companies, into the nation, into the offices of the leaders of the nation to be reminded of what we have said today in Kuala Lumpur. On the eve of our nation's independence, we have the moral courage to declare the great motto, war is a crime. With that, we ask God to bless our nation and those nations with similar reason and those humanity who share with our vision that law must be respected, civilization is our business, and no more killing for no apparent reason unless in self-defense. With that, I come to the close of this great nation. On behalf of the organizer, let me thank once again our Yang Amat Berbahagia Tan Sri Dato' Sri Utama, Mr. Professor Mizan, my James Corbett from Japan, and of course, our eminent legal expert, Professor Datuk Dr. Mughal Singh, and more than ever, you who came to this hall. Thank you very much. I think we deserve a group photograph because this is another important session. All of you can stand up, no problem. Stand up, and members of the panel will go downstairs and we take a photograph. Please stand up in your seat. Come nearer to the center. Inshallah. Thank you. I send hand over to the MC. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. Lunch is served at the banquet hall. You can make your way across the hall for lunch. Makan time.
Thank you.